Getting back where the weather gets better.
It's about time. Got layers on, but they're coming off as the day goes on.
Yeah.
It's supposed to get a bit warm, so.
Yeah. Alright, well, enjoy the gardening.
Yeah. Take care, mate. See ya.
Well, ladies, gents, teddy bears, welcome back to TED HQ. Hope you all hello. Hope you all had a good weekend. Hope you had a good Easter week as well. And welcome back to operations of the Ted Coningsby channel. We're now here at TED HQ, home of the Typhoon and historic aircraft of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. It's once again at Bomber County. Although the Avro Lancaster, it's on its major maintenance overhaul, which we won't see for a couple of seasons. But this is her home. It's been home, the BBMF, since 1976 at Coningsby. Where she arrived in 1973 in Norfolk. I know, Coulter Short was there for a spell, and that added to the title Memorial, because it was the Battle of Britain flight prior to 73. It was on her arrival that they added Memorial to the title, becoming Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, and they moved 3 years later, 1976, here once more Bomber County. There we go, a little story there. We've got a couple of Typhoons with canopies open, pilots in doing their checks. Should be starting up their EJ200 engines very shortly. And there we go, sounds like we've got a start up. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. Welcome to the show, hope we're all good. My name's Nick Oss, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. Let me just terminate my radio, as I don't need it anymore. Runway 07 in use. Hello there. How you doing? Sorry about that. to the show. Babsar, thank you very much. That's very nice of you, very kind of you to do that. We do have the C-47 Dakota outside the hangar as well. And just a quick one, if you are on your way here, the car park is full. If it is, of course, as it's full, please don't park outside the car park. Double yellows, you know, legalities, just park it in the town. There is a big car park there, £2 all day. So just to confirm, the car park is full. Welcome to Ted's home, Ted HQ. A very warm welcome to all our viewers. Back from a nice little 4-day break. Had a really good break actually. It was quite nice. It's nice to just relax and just chill really. Spend some family and Ted time. So Bama fan, how you doing? Babsar, Captain A, Simon Watchorn, Davey, Margot, Aspen, what up? Aspen, what up, man? Eigen, oi oi. Dieter, how you doing? Paul Mayers. Aspen, don't go away, I've got something for you. Hang on. Hang on, Aspen, just hold fire on that one. Before I go, I gotta just grab this Voyager. For the top of my head, it's hang on. Where are you? Right, that's that one out of the way. I think that was the Voyager. Are you there, man? Got something for you to show you, man. Might bring back some memories. Look at this. Hope you like it. First, it's a debut for Coningsby for this, I guess, but I don't think they've ever had an SR-71 here. There we go. Pretty cool, isn't it? There you go. So when we're next at Mildenhall, I'll get that on display for you. So it's waiting for a Mildenhall stream to show you and talk. I've never really spoken about the SR-71 other than it being at Mildenhall. Never really gone into the tech. I do mention its stealth coating, that it had the iron ferrite particles in the paintwork, which was quite amazing, which they trialled. And so yeah, have a look. Actually, I do have a video at Duxford about it, but there we go. So if you just joined us, don't forget your checklist as the pilot's doing their checklist and procedures. Do yours as well on the channel. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up, hit that notification bell button as well, so you don't miss out on the latest and greatest live streams and videos. But most importantly, make sure you do give us a thumbs up. Do hit the like button. It really does help the stream get out there and noticed. It really does. Don't know how it works, but it really does. So thank you very much for that. And again, if you like military aviation, this will be the channel for you. So do think about a low approach on the subscribe button, just in case you haven't done so already. EJ200 startup. All good, ladies and steady bears. Welcome to RAF Coningsby, built on the 4th of November 1940. Received its first residence in February of 1941. 23rd of Feb, which was indeed 106 Squadron with the Handley Page Hampden bomber. Sort of like a light fighter style bomber, which it was lovingly given its genre, but we'll talk about the history later on. And for those who are excited about the Spitfire 90th anniversary flight, Coningsby was always a bomber station from its built from 1940 all the way to 1968, functioned literally as a bomber command station, bomber base until 1969. The flying can openers arrived with the Spey-engined Phantoms, which changed the status for RAF Coningsby in its fighter role. Today it's a QRA station, a quick reaction alert station, 1 or 2 in Britain. This is QRA station number 2 south, and we have one at Lossiemouth, QRA station number 1 north. What does it all mean if you're new to that? It literally means that it's a station. Both of those are ready to scramble anytime, 365, 24/7, no matter what the day is, birthdays, bank holidays, Christmas, anything, ready to go, including the pilots, the crew, the ground crew, and of course the jets themselves. There is a third QRA station That one's all the way out in the Falkland Islands at Port Stanley. Sorry, at Mount Pleasant. I was reading about the Falklands War. It is the sort of anniversary month in the invasion of the British islands of the Falklands, which the British Royal Air Force, Royal Navy, Royal Marines, Commandos, Army, I do believe SAS as well, and everything else we don't know about. They did a magnificent job of putting an end to that, and very quickly. How we're doing, ladies and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. There is the C-47 Dakota. Just about see it there. Hopefully we'll see that later on today. So we have two types of Typhoons here, a T3, a trainer, a two-seater family version Typhoon, dual controlled, and of course our FGR4, a fighter, ground attack and reconnaissance Mark IV. That's what the FGR stands for. In fact, that's the case with all military aircraft. They do have a designation, F prefix for fighter, even on the F-15, F-14, F-16, F-18, F for fighter, A for attack, that kind of thing. So GR would be ground attack reconnaissance, like a GR1, GR4, GR9, etc. Nice oi there. Just to avoid a slight delay in your plans today, the car park is full. Like I said, there is a car park in the town, £2 all day. That's really good. There's also toilets there as well. Welcome to all our viewers. Good evening, good day, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're watching from in the world. Welcome to the show. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. And of course we have our squadron leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. It is set to bring some very warm temperatures later on this afternoon, between 18 and 20 degrees Celsius. So around 72 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm not that great with conversions of Fahrenheit, but that's a kind of like a rough guide. So the Typhoon, a multi-role aircraft, carry out a variety of roles, from ground attack bombing missions to strategic bombing to the fighter role, the quick reaction alert, defense role, an attacking role, reconnaissance. It's a swing role, it can change and configure just like that, push of a button. It's a 4.5 generation. Here she comes. 85% non-metal. Now, although not naturally a 5th gen or a stealth aircraft, it does have some stealth attributes, which some we can mention, some we can't. That's the way it is. Here we go. afterburners on. Look at this. Oh, well, we do call them reheats. Yeah. Oh, look at this. Oh yeah. Yeah. So what is going on? Yeah, you shouldn't really park there. That's now not parked. So that's now going to cause hazards. Yeah, don't be that person. Lady Shed Steady Man, it's just a few housekeeping rules. There's no parking, please park it somewhere safe, not there. Again, please don't touch the fence, climb the fence, or block the crash gates in any way. Good, thank you. So welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Okay, I don't think I'm going anywhere today. Right, how we doing, ladies and steady bears? Hope we're all good. So welcome to Coningsby, the 29 squadron on those departures. There are 5 Typhoon squadrons here. There are a total of 10 Typhoon units, if you count the 1435 flight at RAF Mount Pleasant, British Islands of the Falklands. They have 4 Typhoons with a letter on each tail to denominate the name of the aircraft. That's Faith, Charity, Hope and Desperation. So F for Faith, C for Charity, etc. It's 1435 flight. Here we've got 5 Typhoon squadrons that have a very different role on each one. So 29 squadron, they're the Operational Conversion Unit, the OCU. Yeah, it is. It is, yeah, please don't come in this car park. It is just, oh dear. Hey! Bless. Something's, thanks man, thank you. Legend. So we've got 5 Typhoon squadrons here, 29 squadron, the Operational Conversion Unit. They will be training the junior pilots that have just passed their advanced flying training from RAF Valley. They will train and look forward to qualifying on the Typhoon with their instructor, the ground course with 29. There's also quite a lot that goes on at 29 squadron. You've got the qualified flying instructors who will teach their student pilots the way to qualify on the Typhoon. You've also got the munitions conversion unit as well. There's all sorts here at 29 squadron. So basically this is the schooling. They also take care of policing here as well, of course the QRA. But the other roles, we've got 2 frontline combat ready squadrons, number 3 and number 11, both fighter squadrons. So you'll see a letter F. You'll see a letter F for fighter. They're all historical, which we'll go through a little bit later on after all the departures. So you've got your 2 frontline combat ready squadrons. You've also got a test and evaluation squadron, so that's 41 squadron. They will test the latest and greatest software, ordnance, so weapon systems, and also try out new things. For example, taking off and landing on a taxiway. Yes, it's happened. Landing on grass, I've seen that many years ago. I think that was deliberate. I'm you may have noticed many years ago a Typhoon landed on the grass. I'm not sure. I could be wrong, but hey, I'm sure they would have tried that out. You know what? On a what-if scenario. You've also got a joint Qatari Emirati Air Force and Royal Air Force squadron. Due to the interest of Qatar purchasing the Typhoon many years ago, they do have their own version of RAF Valley. That's at RAF Leeming. How you doing, man? All right, how you doing, buddy? 1 second. You okay?
Good to see you, my friend.
You too, mate. You all right?
Yeah.
Good. Enjoy your day, man.
Yes. Always a pleasure to see you, my friend.
You too, man. You too. So we got number 12 squadron here, which is, like I said, a joint squadron of Royal Air Force and Qatari Emirati Air Force. Now, they do have their own version of RAF Valley, the Qatari Air Force, with 11 squadron of the Qatari Emirati Air Force, and that's at RAF Leeming. Now, they're still trained by qualified flying instructors of the Royal Air Force on their version of the Hawk T2. It's a Hawk Mark 167, but it is literally it is a Hawk T2, but that's the designation for it. It's a bit like here, where the Typhoon's designated as the Typhoon FGR4. It's still a type of Eurofighter. For those who don't know, Eurofighter was the concept. Its first flight in 1994, took its first flight then, but was actually given the name Typhoon to be in line with the wind phenomena such as the tornado, and that was in 1998 at the Farnborough Air Show. Who else we got? And last but not least, I think that's all of them for here. 5 Typhoon squadrons, right? Yes, that's all covered, which I'll give you all the details in just a moment. We've got another 4 squadrons, but they're at RAF Lossiemouth. Number 1 fighter, number 2 AC squadrons. We've also got 6 the flying can openers, and number 9 squadron, the greenbacks that are stationed, those 4 at RAF Lossiemouth. Hope we're all good and well. So we've had 4 performance takeoffs, and the power of the 2 EJ200 engines is rather phenomenal on a lightweight airframe that weighs just 24,000 pounds empty. Yeah, okay, can't fly without any fuel in it, but stick 11,000 pounds of fuel in your internal fuel tanks, and you still got plenty of power over your weight. So this means first of all, the 2 EJ200 engines produce just over 20,000 pounds of thrust with reheats. Reheat afterburner, same thing. So combine that, total power of around 40,400 pounds of thrust with reheats. Interestingly, without, it's 13,500 pounds of thrust dry. So what it can do from 8 seconds, it can literally, from releasing the brakes, 8 seconds later it can pull up into a 50 or 60 degree and into a vertical climb. Now this is the difference. Now I appreciate many aircraft can actually rotate after 8 seconds from brakes release, but the beauty with the Typhoon's thrust to weight ratio means that the force of gravity is going to struggle because it's got more power, more thrust than the actual weight itself, which means it can actually accelerate vertically and keep going. Doesn't have to do that, but it does. In fact, it is a super cruise aircraft. The engines can actually maintain supersonic speeds without the use of the afterburners. Beneficial? Yes, it is. One, you're going to hide that heat signature. You're going to hide that, so radars are going to struggle to pick that up even though you're going supersonic speeds. Also, it's a lot more fuel efficient, and I mean fuel efficient. I mean, let's face it, the Typhoon just parked up without the reheats. So flying without the reheats consumes about 1.6 litres per second without the reheats. With reheats, 6 litres per second, so that you're talking about 360 litres per minute. Now that's quite a hungry horse, right? Beautiful, beautiful. But 22 seconds later, so 30 seconds from brakes release, it is capable of going supersonic. Can they go supersonic over land in the UK? The answer is no. Well, they can, but with clearance. They're going to need a very good reason for that. The reason why we don't often get that is, oh, thank you. It's because we like our windows intact in this country. Thank you, mate. You're a star. It does cause a lot of damage. Thank you. Oh, that's awesome. Nice coffee there. Oh dear, right, what we're doing? How we're doing, right, here we go. Yeah, it's quite an interesting history with 1435 flight. It's, like I said, 4 Typhoons FGR4s based at Mount Pleasant in the Falkland Islands. And they are a QRA station, so don't forget them, they are a QRA station protecting the British islands of the Falklands. They've got a lot of history. You'll notice a sort of like a Maltese cross with a bird of prey. I'm not 100% sure what the bird is, but their motto is protect the right. It looks like some form of bird of prey. It's we'll have to have a little bit more look into that. But it was during, I mean, a bit of history for you. 1435 flight was a night fighter unit based in Malta, hence the Maltese cross. So that'll be your link there. And it was protecting the, you know, Malta, the island, and protecting it with its Gloucester Gladiators. I think they started life out as the Malta Night Fighter Unit. They formed in July 1941. They did have Hawker Hurricanes as well, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, no, it was Hawker Hurricanes actually. Why am I thinking Gladiator? Was there an original one? There might have been another flight, you know. Well, there we go. They did also operate the Supermarine Spitfire. Do you know what? I'm thinking of another flight. There was another flight with Gloucester Gladiators that were looking after Malta. I'm trying to. Do you know? It's something like 13 something flight. The Maltese flight, unless they merged it. They also operated the McDonnell Douglas F4M Phantom, which RAF designation, the FGR2. Oh, Davey, thanks for that. Is that the bird? Oh, so it's the falcon depicted in the volant. Cool. Position of the Maltese. Is it? Ooh. Thanks, Davey. So is it a falcon, is it? Nice one, mate. Oh, you all right, buddy? How you going? Happy birthday, mate. I've still got your lovely bit on Just Jane that you gave me. It's in my van, ready for this year. Yeah, I'll be showing that off again. So happy birthday. Are ya? Only? Wow, cool. Well, enjoy your day, mate, yeah? Oh yeah, it's good, isn't it? Yeah, well, hopefully we get a few more, yeah? Alright mate, you take care. How's mum, alright? She's about? Well, say hello to her for me. Nice one. Take care mate, happy birthday. Woohoo! What a day, what a place to have a birthday, man. Oh yeah. Two more foons. doing during the performance takeoffs. There we go. LEJ approach, how you doing, Captain A?
And then you go back up. That's called a touch and go.
Argan, Simon Watchell, Margot Baxter, how you doing? Hope you're all good and well. And welcome to the show. Yeah, Captain A, how you doing? It did look like it was going to be a pairs takeoff, but there we go. What a great start to the morning. Hope you're all enjoying it. And let's see what else we're going to get. So 6 departures, all performance takeoffs, which has been absolutely amazing. So it's going to be a little bit quiet now for a little bit of time. They'll be out for a while until they return. There are no times or anything as per the pin comment. Very good, wasn't it? Yes, good. How are you? All right.
Right, thank you.
Good. So, welcome to the show, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. We're going to have for those who don't know anything about the Typhoon, today's your lucky day. We'll give you a little tour of the Typhoon, and the nearest I can get you to a tour is to bring you 2 of my models. That's right, we've got Jennifer and Louise. Just made them up. There we go. So there's our Typhoon FGR4 here in that sporting 41 Squadron. How are we all doing? I hope we're all good and well. Well, welcome. And I'm going to show you a little bit about the Typhoon. Many of you will know most about the Typhoon, how it works and what it can do, what it can't do, what it can do, etc. I will give you all that in just a moment. It's quite a phenomenal type of aircraft, and this one's got the modification of the blue tack, which can land on your desk and other places of furniture. Amazing. So this is the F variant, the furniture variant. So it is made in 4 different countries, and therefore in its production would have had the requirements originally set off with 5 countries. It's a bit like the Tornado that had about 6 countries of interest, and of course the more countries you've got, this could also affect the actual design of the aircraft as well. But in the end it was the 4, and they all put together to make the Eurofighter. The left wing made in Italy, the right wing made in Spain, the centre fuselage, again, which I'll show you, made in Germany, front section, the cockpit, all this area here made in Britain, and the stabiliser Britain, but various components at the rear made in Britain and Italy as well. So we're going to talk to you a little bit about all the wonderful gadgets that the Typhoon has and some special attributes that it has. So we'll talk about the airframe externally first, and then work our way from nose to the literally tail, from nose to tail and to the outside inside. It's got a, according to Airbus, it's got a thrust to weight ratio of 1.2 to 1, which is amazing. So let's have a little look inside the Typhoon and its components. Let's have a little look. Right, let's start off with the build. Right, let's have a look at what it's made of. So let's, oh, I don't know if you can see that properly due to the light. There we go. That's colour coordinated there to show you. So left wing Italy, but it's not just the left wing only on the external. You've got the got certain sections, you've got some hard points here as well, so, and parts of the rear as well, made in Italy as well, and Britain. The centre main section of the fuselage made in Germany. Front cockpit, including the 4 planes in Britain. Airbus making the trailing edges as well, the leading edges, look, made there. And of course the right wing in Spain. There's also the engine, which is Eurojet, which again is a consortium of all 4 countries as well. Just to let you know some fun facts, 30 kilometers of cabling inside that fuselage, which is an extortionate amount, isn't it? I always say this, I always look sometimes when I'm having a little look behind my television, I look behind there and I think, oh dear, those cables, don't know which ones goes where, but if you thought behind your PC or your TV is bad enough, well, try having 30 kilometers of cabling to cope with. And they're not your usual cable, they're not your usual computer electronics cable. These have got to cope with various different pressures, temperatures and G's as well to cope with. The wings held on by 6 bolts, so there's these little tiny little rings, they slide onto the fuselage and the bolts go through them. Equivalent, I've always mentioned this, so it's not really done in horsepower when it comes to thrust, but for those that like to get the equivalent, so 40,400 pounds of thrust is around 150,000 horsepower. It's about 1,000 Ferraris on the EJ200 engine. 360 litres of fuel per minute with reheat. Only 15% of that external airframe is actually metal. The engine is beautiful because it's been made to fly. It's been made to use with 1,200 hours, flying hours, without maintenance. It's what we call on condition in aviation, I guess. On condition, so it depends what it's been doing, which would manage a potential maintenance of some description. It is fly-by-wire. It's by Leonardo's FCC, the flight control computer. It's called a quadruplex, which is actually, I guess because of the name quadra, it's got 4 lanes, so it's 4 main channels. Okay, so those channels divide into the there are 70 computers that do a load of different things, and they've split them up into 4 lanes is what they call them. It does have Super Cruise, as we mentioned. It's got 8 internal fuel tanks inside the Typhoon, so that will hold you about 11,000 pounds of fuel. So empty weight is 24,000, so 36,000 pounds fully fueled, ready to go. The EJ200 engine weighs a ton of that. Okay, so 998 kilos is owed to that. 1.2 to 1 thrust to weight ratio, and it does have 13 hard points. Let's have a little look about the Hello, calling from your bank account. Actually, I didn't realise I'm a bit zoomed in still. Can still zoom out a little bit, give you a bit more of a better perspective. There's our Typhoon there. So this will tell you what, where and what it's made of. So anything white, it's made of carbon fibre composite, so again non-metal. It's got 12% of glass reinforced plastic, so you'll find these on the sensitive areas. So the nose, where the radar is, part of the defence aid subsystem, so it's the more the very ultra high frequency antennas, anything to do with radar and antennas and missile warning systems, you don't want to start messing around with different paintwork, so you'll use some sort of like glass fibre. You've got aluminium alloys, which are on the flaperons as well, but for strength, the 4 planes are going to take a lot of battering, a lot of G's there, so those are made with titanium alloy with those. So there's your 15% alloy, aluminium and titanium, so the leading edge here and here, we're going to take a lot of G's. They need to be very, very strong indeed. So let's have a little more look at the tech spec of the Typhoon. Let's have a bit more of a look at our Typhoon and what we got. So remember, we've had glass reinforced glass fibre inside that that nose. Now inside here, lately, this day and age, we've got the AESA, the ASA, that's the active electronically scanned array. This is your battlefield engagement inside there. That is your radar. That is what's going to show you what's going on down there, what you're going to lock onto and how you're going to do it. It is an impressive kit. Started off with the Captor M, so a manual. Now it's all electronic, so you got a Mark 1 and the latest and greatest Mark 2. So Leonardo developing a very impressive radar system for the battlefield. It really is an impressive system. I think it's got 110 degrees of outlook, so about here, 110 degrees from there and here as well, so it's got a good span. So what, 220 degrees of spannage just from the nose, which is quite amazing. And just to give you an idea of what that does, for those who don't know, basically what that means is that it can lock onto targets over 100 kilometers away. So 160 kilometers away for fighter aircraft sized. Okay, so it can lock onto 20 or 30 targets over 160 kilometers away. Amazing, right? And it can also lock onto larger aircraft like cargo or larger bomber size aircraft, looking at around about 300 kilometers away. That's actually quite insane. But even on a fighter level, what you're talking about there is that you're able to do away with close dogfighting. Basically, they still need to learn dogfighting because there are going to be scenarios where you do need to engage in a dogfighting world. That is correct. You know, and it can prioritize on 6 targets as well, so it can actually lock onto, and the pilot can actually do that with their helmet, their striker helmet, a very fancy piece of equipment, probably around about £200,000 worth per unit. You'll get BAE systems measuring your skull. They're doing it like a little x-ray of your head, and it's specific to the pilot, which is quite impressive. So basically what that means is the pilot can actually look through the Typhoon and just lock onto targets with the helmet. It is absolutely phenomenal amount of technology involved. So that's the latest. I couldn't tell you physically. There's nothing on the external to let you know that it's got the latest and greatest. We will never know, and again, if we did, well, it's classified anyway, so that'll be all inside there, which is quite an amazing bit of kit to do that. So dogfighting scenarios, as we mentioned, well, there goes the movie scenarios if you're going to lock onto fighter aircraft 160 kilometers away, which is extremely impressive. So the likes of Top Gun and stuff like that, which is probably why they never used the F-35C, for example. If you're going to lock onto targets 100 miles away or so, it wouldn't be much of a move in. Also, it's a single seater, the F-35C, so that's probably another thing. But scenarios involved, if you're going to go low level and you do have to go above radar, or is in the zone for radar to be detected, then you may encounter there may be scenarios of threat, so you may be playing a defensive role and then you do need to engage if it's that type of threat. So there are various scenarios. Again, if you are going on a ground attack and you do get spotted, then you're going to need to know how to come out of that. But we'll talk about the attack and defense in just a sec then. So that's our nose, and you'll notice the nose is a slightly different color grey to the rest of the aircraft. In fact, here on the tail, here right on the tip, the antenna, again, that's a very different grey. You can't mess around and start painting it, because then you're going to start to affect the Typhoon's performance. There is the Defence Aid Subsystem. There's quite a lot of that. What that means is it's a lot of aircraft have what's called a MAWS, MAW, that's Missile Approach Warning. I know I'm going to skip right to the back, but that probe there, which I'll come on to in just a bit, that's one of your MAWS system. You've got antennas here that protect the airframe and of course the pilot. There's also 2 little dimples here and a tiny one just there. I don't know if you can see that. I mean, you'd have to be extremely lucky to be able to get that close to Typhoon. Maybe when you're walking around at air shows, you may be able to see that. So that's protecting the Typhoon, almost causing like a globe, a sphere around for a protective bubble around the Typhoon to assist the pilot. So as we go further down, just under here, you're going to see whether it's parked up and locked up, you're going to see red covers under here making like a smiley face. I haven't got you one over there to show you, but if you were to pull them off, you may notice 4 of these tiny little metal triangles under here which move. They're your PTOs, and there are 4 for a good reason. So if you remember, go back to the quadruplex Leonardo's flight control system, the 70 computers that keep this airborne. It's split into 4 lanes, so you know, 17 and 18 and 17 and 18, maybe something like that. It could be 18 flat out, could be just over, but it's around 70 computers that keep this flying, which all do different things. So you know, all the components, all the movable components are split into 4 lanes, so you know, so 25% per lane. So it's an FCC flight control channel, and those channels, like I said, they're called lanes, which is why you've got like 4 of these PTOs here to deliver all that info to the computers which will deal with it. So they're called lanes. And you know, I have been asked, can it fly? What would happen if the flight control system went down? Well, the thing is, it's split into 4 lanes, so those 4 lanes have got 70 computers between them, so you'll have to have a very bad day if you were to have all 70 go down, or so be it, or 4 lanes. Now, I've seen some data where 1 lane was gone. That's 25% of the computers which got the aircraft home. Okay, it goes into like a safe mode, a bit like the modern cars with their ECU, their engine management systems, the EMS. If that goes down, it can go into like a safe mode. You may notice a bit of lack of power, but it will get you home. The Tornado had that. It was the first European aircraft, fighter aircraft, to have fly-by-wire the Typhoon. Of course, that's all credited worldwide to the F-16, but in its basic form, the computers, if they were to go down, they in their safe mode, they'll have like a hydraulic electronic system to assist them, so the pilot can input those manually just to get them home. But of course, now modern day, it can do a lot more. So that's our FCC, and that's our flight control system. FCS is what you would abbreviate that as, but it's made by Leonardo, so that's pretty impressive. So over here we've got the Pirate IRST. That's if I bring that round a little bit better here for you. So this compartment here that sticks out, which looks like it's got some CCTV here. Now, it's not featured because it is an optional extra. You know, if you walk down to your local Eurofighter garage and you're looking about buying one, it is an optional extra. So the German Air Force and the Austrian Air Force have omitted this. They didn't go for it. They didn't have it on as an additional extra. Now, the DA1, interestingly, so you may see a sort of the German Air Force cross, the black cross, on there with IRST. That is the prototype, the DA1. So that's the only one of its kind, and maybe they just felt that they didn't require it for their Air Force. But what it can do, now a lot of people think it's FLIR. It's not FLIR, but it does do FLIR. All right, so IRST stands for Infrared Search and Track. Now what that means is that it's searching and tracking and still doing like a forward-looking infrared. So FLIR stands for forward-looking infrared, where IRST is searching and tracking and locking onto target. So what does all this mean? Well, it can actually search and track in infrared, so at night in the cover of darkness, and it's 4 different filters. It has thermal, and it has basically in black and white as well, but in ultra HD. It's got 4 different. I've seen a thermal pictures and scanning of this. I've seen that ultra HD. You may have seen like Crime Watch movies of a helicopter going over Peterborough looking for people, and you see the people moving as bright white. Think of the film Predator. If you've ever seen that, it's got that as well, I believe. You can actually use it to land in complete darkness as well, so it's pretty cool. So it does all that as well, which is very, very impressive on that. So Typhoon doesn't have elevators, so they're missing. This controls your angle of attack and your elevation to take off and that kind of thing. So you have 4 planes. It does affect the aerodynamics, and the way it performs creates drag, so you can use it, but I'll talk to you about that in just a moment. I'm going to show you all the mechanisms on the Typhoon, which is really impressive. So you got your canopy made of acrylic. It is coated, it is tinted, because you're going to get, there's a lot of radar. You can get quite a lot of radar waves in there. That's an extreme potent zone for a return of high amounts of radar cross-section in here. You can get radio waves bouncing around, so there is a specific coating on the Typhoons to protect that. So that's a weak spot in aircraft to govern a low radar cross-section, but if you're going to have a coating, that'll protect it as well. The Typhoon does have a built-in ladder. Do you know what? I actually can't remember where it is. I did see it one day, I totally forgot, so I do apologise. That's something I don't mention all the time. And the Typhoon can be refueled air-to-air with the probe that sticks out here and comes out and then goes back in. There's a little envelope there. Just quickly, we'll go over here a little bit. You've got your air brake here, so that's enough to cause drag to slow the aircraft down. These 4 planes can also be used as a speed brake as well. Just quickly, again, something that I forget as well, this little smudge here, that's like the exhaust for the APU exhaust. That's literally burnt fuel. That's soot from burnt fuel. Let's have a little look underneath now. Now, here's the thing. So I've spoken about stealth and radar cross-section and radio waves going in there and having a good time and bringing back a heat signature and bringing back a higher radar cross-section. Well, the Typhoon actually has quite a good radar cross-section. You won't believe this, but it does actually have around 0.5 meter squared, which is actually quite phenomenal, considering it's not actually a natural 5th generation aircraft. It is a 4.5. Let's have a little look what's going on here. If we look at F-35 and other stealth fighters, their intakes are on the sides of the fuselage, which is the best place to have them. If you have them underneath, you may have a bit of a problem. So how have they got around that? Well, what they've done, you'll notice the inlets are here and the engine's all the way back here. In fact, the last fifth, so 20% of that airframe, just the engine. It's quite small, which we'll go into detail in just a moment. The way you can get around that, okay, because radar, what happens is radio waves go inside here, bounce around, find the heat of your compressors and bring that back. So radars love heat, they love metal, they love flat surfaces, etc., and they love all that kind of stuff. But what you can do is to actually design the inlets so that it's shaped like a letter S and you can't actually see the fan. So basically, if you were to look inside the Typhoon in the inlets, you can't actually see the front start of the fan itself. The compressors, they generate a lot of heat. Okay, so what that does, this is called an S-duct system. The F-35s, they've got what's called a serpentine system, so it's like an S but shaped like a serpentine. There you go. So, and I guess being that long of an inlet, this is just a guess, I would say that actually starts to get those radio waves deteriorating as well by the time it gets here. If you look at an F-15, you'll be able to see the engines inside there. So that is quite a high radar return with that. Okay, so you've got cowlings here which control the air. Maybe you don't know this, but when you're going supersonic, the last thing you need is supersonic air hitting your engines, because if you do, you will damage it. Jet engines, they don't like supersonic air. In fact, it causes shock waves and actually damages the fan and the whole engine. So what you do, you have a splitter diverter, and it does 2 things. This stops your boundary layer. When things go through the air, so in aviation, when an aircraft is going through the air, there's sticky, draggy air that sticks to the surface of your airframe. This is called the boundary layer, and it sticks. And what that does, it causes low pressure air. Now, if that gets inside, what that means is you've got an airflow of real nice high pressure air going in, and then you've also got draggy air. So if you imagine a windmill or a fan going round, and if you get two, let's say 2 hair dryers with 2 different speeds, you're gonna see a wobble, you're gonna see a damage, and if you're gonna get that fatigue going on, you're gonna damage your engine. So what this does is actually it's a boundary layer diverter, and it also helps to reduce supersonic speeds hitting the engines. So it's quite a clever system. So as we work our way back this way, so I think I've covered that. This little inlet here this little exhaust, shall we say, this section here, that's a ram heat exchanger. This is really cool because when you're using a lot of reheat or even afterburner, you need one of these to cool down your engines in excess amount of reheat. So that's what that does. If we turn the Typhoon upside down under here, let's have a look at the undercarriage. Now the Typhoon has 13 hard points. Let's start with this first of all. So Leonardo have come up with an amazing FOTD, a fiber optic towed decoy. That is amazing, right? Okay, so they've got it for the F-35 as well. So this is where the towed decoy comes out. This is a decoy pylon, and what that means is that it projects a towed decoy, not a blow-up Typhoon, which is what I thought it was, or a little toy Typhoon. With fiber optics, it's connected to this, it's called the Leonardo's Bright Cloud, and Leonardo have managed to get this almost like a beacon. And what it can do, you can use it in defense quite a lot and well, and also for electronic countermeasures as well. So more like a, if you're going to carry out a mission and you need a bit of ECM, electronic countermeasures, you can use this. But it can also, if you get locked onto, it can actually try to break the lock and try to get rid of it. And it can also, as a last resort, mimic the Typhoon. If the Typhoon's in trouble, mimic the Typhoon as though it was over here, not there, and it will actually take the hit, literally. If we flip the Typhoon round, before we talk about the hard points, we've got a chaff dispenser here and here. So if you've got guided missiles, or if you've got enemy radar looking at you, you can disperse what's called chaff. It's bits of metal. In World War II they called it window, and it will fool enemy radar. So that's really for guided ordnance that's looking out for you or looking at you. If it's heat detecting, then you've got your flares. There's flare dispensers here with those little little holes here. So that's for your heat-seeking ordnance that's looking out to get you. All else fails, then you just, I know it sounds primitive, but that is a case, then you would aim for the sun, because the heat from the sun will generate as a last resort to try to evade enemy fire. Okay, so that's that. So your 13 hard points underneath. So you got a center one here, let's call it the 13th one. You can have a center drop tank. You can also have the lantern pod, sorry, the lightning pod. Sorry, we're a Royal Air Force pod here. So you got a lightning pod, which is for your guided ordnance as well. So if that's 13, the 13th one, that means you've got 12 left. So 6 on either side. You can have a drop tank on each side. So you can actually have 3 drop tanks on the Foon. Okay, so that leaves you with 5 either side. You can have 2 missiles on the inside here and 3 on the wing, and then obviously on the other side, so 2 here and 3 on the wing. Okay, so that's that there. You also got ECM, electronic countermeasure systems here. You can have AMRAAMs, ASRAAMs, all sorts. I think there's a little intake here. Someone actually mentioned just why doesn't the Typhoon have roundels anymore? It does, very, very discreet. There's one here and then one underneath here. All right, very traditional. So left wing top, right wing bottom is where you have them, very discreet. Okay, so there we go. If you've got any questions at all about the Typhoon, I'll show you how it all works and how it flies then. Let's have a little look. So how do we fly this? And I'll talk to you about the engine in just a moment. So we've all got, there's an aileron roll. So how do we make an aileron roll? How do we roll to the left? How do we roll to the right? Okay, so there's the flaperons. Flaperon up on the left and flaperon down on the right will make the Typhoon roll to the left. If you want to roll to the right, right flaperon up, left flaperon down, you will do that. Okay, now there's no elevators to control the angle of attack. So what we do, we have 4 planes. If the 4 planes point up, the Typhoon will do this. It will adjust the angle of attack. Okay, and then if you were to have the 4 planes down, okay, it will bunt. This is called bunting. Now, that's quite useful to know about bunting. If you're going to decrease your altitude and start descending very rapidly, what you don't see is a Typhoon or any fighter pilot doing that straight away. That is gonna make the blood rush to your head. That's that's negative G right there. What you do, you may have seen a social media video going around about an F-35 doing that and then just diving down. That is the best way to dive down quickly and maintaining positive G, because what you're doing there, the blood is literally just going to carry on going down to your feet, which is naturally what gravity does. Okay, so you do that and you turn down. Okay, the other thing as well, so what else, yaw, if you want to yaw the aircraft, use the rudder to the left will make the Typhoon yaw this way, rudder to the right, yaw to the right. There we go. And then obviously we've got our barrel roll. What else have we got? Oh yes, so question someone asked me, in fact the most frequent question, now we saw the Typhoon doing a performance takeoff. The maximum amount of G's pulled in a performance takeoff is no more than 2G. The reason is because it's it's done differently. At the fastest point before pulling up is 185 miles per hour, but because of its thrust away, it can actually accelerate vertically. Not many aircraft can do that, and I mentioned that before. Yes, it's given the aircraft can start to rotate in 8 seconds. Many aircraft can do that, but what many aircraft can't do because of the Typhoon's thrust to weight ratio is actually accelerate all the way up. Whereas if we go to the Lakenheath style or United States Air Force style quick climb or unrestricted climb, what they're doing, they're going as fast as they can. They want to hit about 450 miles per hour. That pull there, that is going to get G's of around 5 to 7, whereas the Typhoon is like la 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 and then going up quickly just straight up. So there you go. Let's have a quick look at the engine, what delivers that type of power to the Typhoon. Let's have a little looky here now. There's our EJ200 engine. We're going to have a look now what the power supply is for that. There's our oh gosh, lighten that down. Let's turn that round a little bit over here. There's our EJ200 engine here. Okay, so you'll notice, there you go. I don't know if you can see that very well because of the light. It's 1 minute having no rain. Don't know if you can see that. You can always take a screenshot. You've got Rolls-Royce, MTU, Avio Aero and ITP Aero. They're the 4 countries. So Rolls-Royce, Britain, MTU, Germany, Avio Aero and ITP Aero. So you got Italy, Spain, Germany and Britain. Okay, there's our 3-stage fan. It's an 8-stage compressor system, so you've got 3 massive compressors here. Okay, so these 3 massive compressors are going to compress the air. They're called low pressure compressors. Okay, so I've actually cut the Typhoon's engine here so you can actually see right through it. So these compressor blades here, these high pressure would look like this, but I've actually cut them just to show you around. So it's a Blisk system. These are Blisks, they're titanium alloy. They're one complete unit. It's a disc and Blisk all molded into one titanium alloy. That'll bring you about 4.2 to 1. So if it went in as 1 bar of pressure, it's now been pressurized to 4.2. But what's clever now is that you're going to meet the 5 stages of the high pressure compressor, which is absolutely amazing. The first 3 are Blisks and the last 2 are the traditional discs, which I showed you off a Tornado RB199 engine, like that. So, but that will increase the pressure to 26 to 1. You got your bypass air that goes through. The ratio for that is 0.4 to 1. This is under 4 meters, this engine. It's reasonably small. And then you got 2 turbines here. So you got a high pressure turbine here, sorry. That powers your 5 stages of high pressure compressor. And then you got a low pressure turbine here. And it's funny because that kinetic energy, so this is your combustion chamber. So all that compressed air in here, 26 to 1 compressed air, gets sprayed with fuel, mixes it, and it combusts and starts spinning these turbines, and it's that kinetic energy that starts turning their designated compressors. So high pressure turbine powers high pressure compressor, low pressure turbine powers those 3 large compressors over here. Then of course, so that's thrust. If you were to just leave it at that, that'll be like an airliner engine, okay, without any reheat. To generate reheat or afterburner, first do admire the 2 words reheat. Afterburn, you're burning something after you're reheating something. So you have a reheat chamber here, and what that does is it actually just sprays fuel into the hot gases. So you've got no longer your economic compressed air. Don't forget, we've squashed that air, just like the cartons of orange juice, that, you know, 1.5 litres of orange juice that claim to have 4 million oranges in there. That's pretty much what you've done, but you've shrunk it into 1.5 litres. In fact, the airflow here is 75 to 77 kilos of air per second. That's like the whole air of a squash court just shrunk in about a second, which is just well, that is just phenomenal, really, isn't it, when you think about it like that? So what you're doing here, you're just spraying fuel into the hot gases and then just igniting it, which gives you more power but less fuel efficiency. You know, you've got to think of scuba diving oxygen tanks. Even the Artemis 2 with their oxygen tanks as well, is compressed to get a lot more air but in a tighter space, so scuba divers use that as well. So amazing. So about 2,200 pounds is dedicated to this, one of these engines. So, you know, 4,400 pounds of you know, engines, basically, 2 of those. It's quite remarkable. There we go. So that's our Foon talk. Now, oh, thanks very much. Thank you. Got away. Oh no. Come out in the wind. Cheers for that. How are you? All right? Yeah, good. Good. Yeah, good. Thank you. No. Never seen it this busy before. No, I mean, I guess it's school holiday still. Oh, right. Just going to check, see if we've got anything arriving. I do try. I mean, I do love it. Again, if you're new to the channel, please just take a few moments just to read our housekeeping rules, our guidelines and our pinned comment. This is not Heathrow Airport, this is not Gatwick, it's not civilian, it's military. They're doing their job and we're just enjoying it. And so no publicised times, of course, so be mindful.
I didn't see it.
Oh, lovely. That looks good. That's how you wanted it, isn't it? Nice one. Cool. Nice. Well, it should get warmer later on as well, so this will be coming off. And then it will rain when I take this off, so I'm going to keep it on. Don't want to tempt fate. So, oh, nice one. That's good that it fits. Cool. Nice. Yeah. Whew. Oh, that's all right then. Trying to see if, what we got. Oh right, yeah. Well, the Dakota's out, isn't it? I think you would have seen that on down there. Wow. Oh, that'd be good. Some nice photos for them up there. Yeah, it'd be good, wouldn't it? Yeah. So it'd be nice to see it. It'd be really good. Yeah, around 1 I'll start to. I would have thought that will take off before to meet it. Yes. Yeah, it has. Yeah. It's painted with something else, but yeah, K5054. But that's not the. Yeah, I've got it. Think it's. Where is it? Where did I put it? BS410. Is that not it? Ah. Okay. No, that's right. Okay, I'll keep a lookout for that. Yeah, it'd be good.
DHL.
Sorry, mate? No. Yeah, well, it's not far. Where's that, sorry? Yeah, it's a bit like this with a road that approaches it, so you can park there as well. There's no room, but yeah, it's a little bit smaller than, I don't know, it might be about the same. Yeah, it is, isn't it? I think it's longer, but a bit more. Yeah, well, they can do, but. They can do them any day, but usually, but it just depends if they're flying. So, because it's a little bit different at the moment. Yeah, it's a little bit different at the moment until it all calms down a bit. So. Cool. All right. I wouldn't want to be that person because I don't really know, to be honest. I literally just pick a day and turn up like I'll. You know, just see what happens. I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't know. I really wouldn't know. Nothing. You know, you just don't know. But you just have to go and hope for the best. Pick a day like this, though. Yeah, just give it a shot, mate. Give it a shot. It's best advice. Yeah. Yeah, give it a go, man. See you in a bit, mate. Oh, nice. That's good.
Anyway, you told me he was awesome.
How we're doing, ladies, gents, steady rounds. Hope we're all good. Alright, should have some arrivals very shortly. Well, welcome to the show, everyone. Hope we're all good. And got a little bit of a breeze, but that's helping with runway 07 today with that easterly wind. So, oh yeah, I've got to look the other way, haven't I? Totally forgot I was looking this way for arrivals. So we do have the C-47 Dakota out, which is all good, which is quite rare really. Not many Southeast Asia Command liveries about. So welcome to the show, Chris White, Margot, Darren, Hiker Trash, Ali Leyland, oi oi to you, Tom Adams, Edward Coates, Margot, Brian Wood, welcome members, how are we all doing? Simon Watchon, Aspen, Davey, Ellie Jet Approach, Hagen, oi oi, Alan Gates as well, welcome to the show, hope we're all good. Pauline Gilby. Got Liberator, Abel, Aspen, what up? Just checking now, possible RTB in the next sort of, well, looking at ADSB that is. Startups there, nice. So we do have some more startups. Dieter, thank you very much. Great start to the week, absolutely. Thanks a lot to all our supporters there. Sounds good to me. Not Captain Weber, how you doing? Thanks a lot for your 35 months membership. What an amazing 35 months this has been. Thank you Ted, Nikos and TCS, Guards March, and a high five and a paw pump to our amazing supporter Babs R. Thank you so much Babs for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. That is so kind of you, thank you so much. Derek A, thank you for your 4 months membership. Thank you Nikos, Ted and Spanners. Captain A, part of our Spanner flight, member for 37 months. How time flies, love the TCS, thank you all. EP65, high five, Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Heather Holloway with 22 months. Bernie Haggard with 19 months. Welcome back Nikos. And it's not raining. Morning to all TCS members, absolutely. Kevin Marshall, 23 months. 23 months, can't believe it. Keep up the great work. Margot, part of our Spanner flight, Guards March, thank you very much for the super. Pauline Elson, Guards March, thank you, 27 months, great channel. Gary Lopton with 30 months, oi oi, 30 months and counting. Also Dieter, thanks a lot Dieter for your super, great start of the week, PTOs. Ted loves it, Ted's having a good time. So he's quite excited, he's gone and grabbed some salmon. Alright buddy.
All the way back.
Yeah, they're coming, yeah, cool. I was looking down that way. I forgot they're using 7, runway 7. I was looking over there. Oh dear. Exactly. Oh, hello. 29 Squadron making their way. the departure coming up. Here we go. Time for some fume power. Send it. Barking man. Right. Beautiful. Well, it's a lovely sunny day here. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Christopher Carr, how you doing? Pauline Gilby, welcome to the show. Jan Clark, oi oi, how you doing as well? How you doing, Rob Kennard? Hope you're well. Sharon Pilkington, oi oi to you. Welcome to the show. Who's oi oi. Morning, Nikos and Ted and everyone. Thanks again to my favourite RAF base today. Well, don't forget it is Ted's home as well, so he's always here. This is where he lives. Lawrenson, how you doing, man? I will do, buddy. Thank you very. Oh, bless your heart. Thanks a lot. Pete Lawrenson there. Surely there. Oi, oi. Thanks, man. I will get a burger afterwards for sure. Before they all go, yeah, absolutely. So you just got one RTB now, just turning round on final. You alright? Good to see you, okay? How's it going, alright?
I'm coming down to get dangerous with all the cars parked on the road just as horrendous.
Somewhere down there. Oh, there we go. The landing gear there, the main landing gear. Of course, the front nose gear doesn't actually have any brakes, but the braking system itself comprises of rotary and stator carbon discs which compress together to form a braking system. Very clever. But yeah, the front nose gear in military fighter jets, as well as a lot of heavy cargo, they use carbon braking systems, so discs which compress together, unlike not like a caliper that you get on a car, or even the very different. They actually sort of squeeze together, so you get rotary ones and stator ones. They just compress together, but the front nose gear doesn't have any brakes at all. Another question, it does actually steer to left and right if you want to taxi. Pilot will use the rudder pedals. It's Safran, a French company that make the landing gear. runway, they're changing position. You may see them in the front downwards, full down when the nose has touched down, the nose gear that is. Bit of crosswind, you know. Did notice some crabbing earlier. And you'll see the four planes in full down position in just a moment. There you go. Creating a bit of drag. That's what you see the wheelies as well. It's called aero braking to literally form a massive drag chute, literally using that undercarriage to create like a drag chute. Just going to go and grab a quick cup of tea. You take care. Have a great day. Oh, how we doing, ladies, gents, steady bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel on this little bit windy, but hey, it's dry, it's blue skies, a nice sunny day. That's it, boy, oi to everyone. So, welcome to the show, welcome everyone. Spanner Flight, how you doing, Davey? Dr. Soda, Simon Watchorn, Margot, Aspen, Argan, LEJ Approach, Simon Watchorn. I think we had Gucci on, didn't we? Did we have Gucci on this morning? Well, big shout out to all of you. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show, Davey. Hope you're good. Margot, welcome. Also our amazing members, not Captain Weber, Doug Ross, Christopher Carr, Blame Techie. How you doing, man? Aspen, how you doing as well, by the way? Hope you're good. Dr. Soda. Yeah, it's quite a special day. So today, although they weren't stationed here, this was not a fight station during the Second World War. Today, it's all about this. This is quite an interesting airframe, actually, P7 966. You'll notice DB, not really associated with any squadrons, but this Mark II of the Supermarine Spitfire. It was the initials Douglas Bader. And of course, a legendary, iconic workhorse fighter made in a variety of variants and ended up becoming the Supermarine. It was developed into the Supermarine Spiteful, but the concept of Supermarine got to go all the way back to the 30s. They were winning trophies. They were winning a lot of trophies in the Schneider Trophy. Many variants, of course. Saw this, and then it developed from the legendary Rolls-Royce Merlin engine to the Rolls-Royce Griffon engine in the end, a icon of World War II. Although its companion, the Hawker Hurricane, was one of those things where, although the Hurricane did actually have more aerial victories and produced in way more numbers, this, with its beautiful elliptical, distinctive wings, were really playing havoc the way it turned against its rival, the 109s, for example. It was the design of these elliptical wings that really helped it have a better bank angle for a lovely quick turn rate. Absolutely amazing. And of course, the development and the name of RJ Mitchell, the chief designer. Ministry specification, something we don't actually talk about a lot, would have been specification F730. Now, for those that follow the show will know about those numbers by now. If you don't, well, there was a letter to denominate who and what it was for. So an F for fighter, you would have had B for a heavier bomber and P for medium bomber, for example. But of course these things changed, because heavy bomber back in the early parts of the 40s, or shall we say late 30s, would have meant something like a like a Blenheim or even a Hampden or a Wellington. But of course things got heavier. But there we go. So F7, so F for fighter. So 7 means that it was number 7th entry of the year, and the year / was 30. So in 1930, this would have been the specification. And the specific, someone actually parked it, that's interesting. The specification basically was for a high-speed aircraft that was capable of 250 miles per hour, and it was to replace the likes of the, for example, the biplanes, the Gloucester Gauntlet and other types. And Mitchell designed the Supermarine Type 224 to fill this role in a competition with the Blackburn F3 and Westland F7 30 as well, and it was a privately funded Gloucester as well, from Gloucester. So the 224 basically at the time was an open cockpit monoplane with had the gull wings. I don't know if you've ever seen Type 224. It wasn't very successful at all. Oi oi! With those gull wings, a little bit like the Corsair, right? So yeah, it started off like that, and the Schneider Trophy and the experience of Supermarine with the seaplanes that they were making. And also for those that follow our Mildenhall shows as well that we do, I can't wait to return, to be honest. We'll also notice Type 317, where Supermarine actually got the go-ahead to make a 4-engine heavy bomber. I know, which looked a bit like a C-17, B-17, not C-17, a B-17. And you'd have to think, you know, don't forget, they were experienced in making large aircraft. They were experienced in making, you know, seaplanes. And yeah, and it was a starting point, and this led on to the Type 300, and it had a retractable undercarriage and a wingspan that was reduced by 6 feet from that as well. And you know, it was submitted to the Air Ministry by July 1934, but it wasn't actually accepted for those, and it then went through a series of changes as well. Incorporated an enclosed cockpit oxygen breathing apparatus. It had featured the smaller and thinner wings and newly developed, more powerful Rolls-Royce engine, the Mark 12 PV V12 engine, which was later, of course, for those that know, was named the Merlin. And in November 1934, Mitchell, with the backing of Supermarine owner Vickers Armstrong, they started the detailed design work for the more refined Type 300. I mean, some of the earlier types didn't have the elliptical wings, but they found that it was the key to the beautiful turn rate as well. And it was on the 1st of December of 1934, the Air Ministry did finally issue the contract, and it provided £10,000 for the construction of Mitchell's improved Type 300 engine. And in April 1935, Ralph Sawley spoke to Mitchell about the new specification that was put out by the Air Ministry. By this time it was F1035, and it called for armament of at least 6 and preferably 8 guns, and lots of different types, and the 27-litre beautiful V12 engine, the Rolls-Royce engine, was definitely the chosen. They added the Vickers machine guns, the 303 Brownings. Fuel tanks dropped to 75 gallons from 94. And on the 5th of March 1936, ladies, gents, teddy bears, which is another reason why we're here today, the very prototype K5054 that took its first ever flight. And there is a livery of K505 today taking flight for a special flypast, and it was on March the 5th, 1936, at precisely 4:43, and it was Captain Joseph Mutt Summers who climbed into the cockpit of the beautiful sort of sky duck egg blue, is the best way I can describe it, of K5054, the Type 300, the prototype, the world famous Spitfire. And he had his famous words, "Do not change a thing," he said. And this year marks the 90th anniversary of the Spitfire, and it's going to be BS410, which is a 2-seater, and it will be painted in the livery of K5054, which will go on a series of flypasts around the country, which is quite amazing, really. But it is quite legendary. I mean, you got to think of the Hawker Hurricane that was its sort of rival, shall we say, but a more of a friendly rival, which was made in a lot more numbers, actually came out a lot earlier than the Spitfire, December 37, whereas the Spitfire in August of 38 arrived at Duxford, 19 Squadron. And of course we are blessed with so many different variants, but it wasn't based here. This was a bomber station. Let's have a look at what the first aircraft was operating here was indeed the Handley Page Hampden, February of 1941. So the station opened on the 4th of November 1940, but received its first residents. Now you'll notice here we've got Oscar Lima. Reason for that, as it come out in 1938. It was in 83 Squadron actually received this first, and that was their markings, OL. So it's in honour of 83 Squadron, who were operating the Hampden at RAF Scampton, its first home. But the Hampden also came here with 106 Squadron. Now they would have had Zulu November on their Hampden bomber. Had a bit of a reputation of being like a fighter bomber. Had no perks, as in any comfort for pilots. Just like a boom fuselage there. Nicknamed the Flying Tadpole. Had a 1 meter. I mean, if you're claustrophobic, this ain't for you. But had a 1 meter or 3 feet wide fuselage. Ouch. I mean, 4-seater. Pilot would get in with a folding seat, and once the pilot was in, should the pilot get injured or worse, well, it was quite hard to get the pilot out. And the way this was done is, once you're in your position, that was it. You spent the whole of your 7-hour flight, for example, in one position pretty much. There were no facilities. I'll let you use your imagination for that. So very uncomfortable. The flying suitcase, flying tadpole, all these wonderful nicknames that it had. However, it was quite light, and it had its it had performance to go with it. Had a payload of 4,000 pounds of payload, and interestingly, it was made on the same specification as the Vickers Wellington, the B932, which is quite amazing really, because they look completely different, and performance was a little bit different as well. They both started out with sort of like the bridge to more powerful engines to the likes of the Rolls-Royce Kestrel, which was out at the time. That was around 600. I think even the Gloucester, oh gosh, the Goshawk, that's it. You know, that sort of 600 horsepower mark. They really wanted something 1,000 horsepower, and it was the Bristol Pegasus engines that took that role on. It was involved in the 1,000 bomber raid as well, and B932 Air Ministry specification was seeking out for a twin-engine day bomber, and it was indeed, like I said, the Vickers Wellington, which really took to the skies and dominated the skies in the Suffolk, Ely, Cambridgeshire, that sort of region. That's why it's a bit of an icon over there. But for here, for Lincolnshire, the Hampden was here quite a lot, especially Waddington as well, and Scampton as mentioned. But it was to do away really with having sort of underpowered Goshawk and Kestrel engines. The Pegasus, you know, was pretty much a bridge for that as well. They made around 1,400 of these, and unfortunately for 106 Squadron that we're here with this, they actually got a bit of a bad reputation of being the squadron with the most losses as a Hampden squadron, which was quite unfortunate. But let's have a look what the Hampden could do. It was developed into a torpedo bomber version. Guy Gibson was trying to innovate this into a more of a torpedo bomber role, and with its crew of 4 with a wingspan of 69 feet 2 inches, length of 53 feet 7 inches. It's empty weight at 12,764, so half the weight of a Eurofighter pretty much. And with its Bristol Pegasus engines, Mark 18 9-cylinder, they were air-cooled radial, could do around 247 miles per hour, which would be achieved at 13,800 feet. Had a range, pretty good range really for what it was, 1,720. There was no real armoured plating or comfort, but it did have guns as well. It had a fixed forward gun firing the 303s, and 3-5 Vickers K as well. Could even take a torpedo as well, an 18-inch torpedo with this as well. So there it was. You know, it did its job, it did what it could, but for me, I feel that the Vickers Wellington had a bit more of a successful career, really, as they both come out. They couldn't be any different, really, could they? But that was first, and then obviously a month later, Coningsby's 106 Squadron had a second squadron, and that was 97 Squadron, where they took to the skies here with the Avro Manchester, which had its own problems, but the problems actually developed into something beautiful, and that was indeed the Avro Lancaster. I might just get these Typhoons just behind me. Here we go. So Tranche 2 and Tranche 3 airframes are here at Coningsby. AB910 has just been pulled out to your delight and mine as well. Look at this. It's, this is a Mark 5B, and this airframe has got a lot of history, even served with the legendary 133 Squadron, which was one of the Eagle squadrons. nice one. Thanks, Davey, for that. Oh, Teddy. Ted's F-15 is in the area. It's just to my 9 o'clock. Could be. Approach, here we go. TVR, doesn't it? Okay, let's have a look at. I'm just going to go and grab a cup of tea, and then we can talk. We can talk AB910. Give me 1 second. Right, just needed a cup of tea there. How are we doing, ladies, gents, anyways? Hope we're all good. So we got, not only have we got a C-47, which is just out of our sight, it's just here. You can just see it sort of saying hello. Beautiful. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But here, that's been pulled out, AB910. Don't know if it's going to go out. It's well, certainly here for us to have a look at, which is all good. So it's that's had its major service and overhaul. It's just come back as well. Took its first flight this year. But welcome to the Battle of Britain Memorial flight, one of 6 Spitfires. And this is AB910. It's got a lot of history. Returned to the flight this year. Took a air test this year in January at Biggin Hill. And it's always nice to have her back. And she's come back with new markings with 402 City of Winnipeg Squadron Royal Canadian Air Force markings, which you can see as Alpha Echo, and it's a Spitfire Mark 5B. And we'll talk to you about that in, a little bit later on, but she is back, and she's been gone since October 2023, and she arrived earlier in the year this year. And she was built by Supermarine at the Castle Bromwich factory, Birmingham, in July 1941. And then a month later, she was allocated to her first squadron, 222 Squadron, at RAF North Weald. And 222 Squadron were a fighter unit, and just for a couple of months, she switched squadron in October of 1941. She was serving with 130 Squadron. She flew 12 missions from RAF for Port Perranporth, and she did receive quite some damage And then after that, she went on to serve with a very legendary squadron, one that I've covered in our Lost Airfields. And she then spent some time with an Eagle squadron, and that of 133 Squadron. And she flew 29 missions, including 4 aerial battles in the Dieppe raid as well, serving at RAF Biggin Hill, and that was from June 1942. If you're not familiar with the Eagle squadrons, before the Pearl Harbor attacks, the United States was neutral during the Second World War, but yet American citizens wanted to fight for freedom. Now, some went through the lengths of joining the Canadian Air Force, learning to fly, also finding their way to Britain and joined the Royal Air Force. But you have to understand that it was illegal for American citizens to join a foreign air force or any foreign armed forces, and thousands of Americans still found a way to do so. And it was around 250 that wanted to join the Royal Air Force. It was Charles Sweeney, the nephew of American mercenary Colonel Charles Sweeney, that went on to the Air Ministry with the idea of forming an all-American RAF squadron, and in July 1940 did so, and thus giving birth to the Eagle squadrons. The first one, though, was 71 Squadron, who formed on the 19th of September 1940, which, of course, if you know that date, that was at the height of the Battle of Britain. Pilots included the already serving Americans such as Arthur Donahue and Philip Zaccherone. And their first aircraft was the Miles Master before going on to the Hawker Hurricane, and then later a Mark V Spitfire. The squadron became operational on the 5th of Feb 1941 and operating from RAF Curtin in Lindsey. Again, I've covered this in the Lost Airfields. They changed from the Hurricane to the Supermarine Spitfire with this, and took part in operations all over Europe. The other 2 squadrons were 121 and, of course, 133, which AB 910 served with, and it was quite an amazing story, really, because of course they were so experienced. But then there was a bit of a problem. You see, the United States Army Air Force arrived, and they had a bit of a problem because the crew of the Eagle squadrons were now faced with a situation where their native Air Force was there, back and operating. So they had to, again, if you want to know more, do check Eagle Squadrons on our YouTube channel, and you can watch the whole story unfold from one of their stations that they served. And the 8th Air Force allocated them to the 4th Fighter Group, and that was on the 29th of September 1942. And they were actually pardoned as well by the US government, and they were allocated to their own squadrons. The 334th were the 71 Squadron. 121 became the 335th, and 133, serving with this, they became the 336. Now, if you know your United States Air Force fighter squadrons, you will know there are actually, those squadrons are based today at Seymour Johnson, and that is true, they are. And of the original 230 original Eagle Squadron pilots, only 4 were original. Don Gentile of 133 Squadron was one of the originals, dubbed as the one-man Air Force, and he was serving with 133 and probably flew this. I do need to check if he did fly that. That would be quite cool, wouldn't it? That would be pretty amazing. But there we go. That's a little bit of entwining history. And September 1942, AB 910 then moved to 242 Squadron, flew defensive coastal patrols. That was in Scotland. And then July 1943, 416 Squadron, Royal Canadian Air Force at RAF Tangmere. 402 Squadron, which is the markings that she has today. That was Royal Canadian Air Force. She flew patrols over Normandy beachheads on D-Day from RAF Digby. She also went to RAF Hibblestone with number 53 OTU. Now, we all know about Women's Auxiliary Air Force. Margaret Horton took the unexpected flight, And again, you can watch more on our channel. 527 Squadron, again, May 1945 at Digby. And then she was privately owned from 46 to 1955. And owned by Vickers Armstrong Limited from 1955 to 65, where finally in 1965 she began her operations to a new flight, the Battle of Britain flight as they were known then, which became the BBMF. Hello. Oh, right, from Southampton. Nice one, thank you very much. Get it after. It's not a problem. And a little bit more info. Thanks a lot, Davey. Flying Officer Eric Dooley, the regular pilot of AB 910 133 Squadron. Flew 3 out of the aircraft's 4 sorties during the Dieppe raid. Flight Sergeant Dixie Alexander piloted the aircraft's 3rd patrol during the Dieppe raid, and recorded AB 910's sole confirmed aerial victory, a DO 217. So she does have an aerial victory to her name, and that was with Flight Sergeant Dixie Alexander. Wow. Was that with 133 Squadron, Dave, right? That must be. Cool. And of course, Flying Officer George Geordie Lawson, a Canadian pilot who flew with 402 Squadron, the Royal Canadian Air Force, flew beachhead cover patrols in AB 910, and that was actually on D-Day, 6th of June 1944. Quite an amazing history, this. Cool. So interestingly, just in case you didn't know, someone's put in a bit of a typo, put in submarine. That's fine. Supermarine. And if you ever wondered why Supermarine, of course, a company which was founded all the way back in 1913, they were specialising in building a range of seaplanes and flying boats, hence the Supermarine. They won many trophies, such as the Schneider Trophy for seaplanes, with 3 consecutive victories. They were in 27, 1929 and 1931. And then, of course, making the Supermarine Baby and other wonderful aircraft, they eventually were called upon in some ways to produce a fantastic legendary icon. But of course, This was in stages. We spoke about the Type 224, the gull wing. If you've ever seen that prototype of the Spitfire, you see the Spitfire took a bit of an evolution before it got its elliptical wings. There was even straight and, you know, just good old traditional wings. They were looking at other scenarios, other designs, you know, for a really good turn rate, because of course I've mentioned several times, it is what you are going to be up against that actually manipulates what you are going to produce. You see, war does have a habit of, you know, bringing out the best in technology, right? It's a fact. As morbid, as sinister as you want it to sound, that is actually fact. You know, war actually does give a bit of a turbo, or even in turbulent times, maybe a more better way of putting it, does actually, you know, the idea of the 109 and its different marks, they were all trying to compete against each other, you know, who could outturn. But Supermarine really, you know, RJ Mitchell with his elliptical wings was amazing, you know, to have that. And he found, I mean, if you have a look at the design, all about the wings, that is actually quite fascinating as well. But you know, the Spitfire really does deserve its own 3-hour documentary on the Ted Coningsby channel. But it is the most famous to have this, of course, is the wonderful, wonderful, wonderful elliptical wings of the Spitfire. But it does have a huge effect on the performance, the lift distribution. Thin enough for the speed, you see, more aerodynamic, wide enough to hold ordnance as well. That was the other thing as well. But it did allow for narrow landing, because it, you know, it did have quite narrow landing gear. But those curves, they really cut through the air with. It's all about energy as well, that they've got very little wasted energy. So it gave a more of a tighter turning. You may see some variants with clipped wings. Those were good for even better turn rate. But of course, you've now sacrificed your wing area, which didn't have as higher lift, or as in a higher service ceiling. You'll find those with clipped wings were more for low level attacks, ground attacks in some ways, I would have thought. Good for low level, but not good for, you know, having a substantial altitude. Right, what are we doing over here? How are we doing over there? Rock Hard Donut, Foxy Killer, how you doing? Simon Watchorn, Alan Gates, Margot, Wendy loves planes, Alan Gates, how you doing? Lynn Brown, oi oi. How are we all doing? Hope we're all good. Not sure if you know, but one of the many wonderful names that the Spitfire was going to have was the Shrew. And I can't remember who said it, but they said if we're going to go into combat with the name Shrew, then we've already lost the war. Oh man. There were quite a few crowd and publicly funded or fundraisers for Spitfires. The one I know quite locally to me would be Lakenheath. The Lakenheath village actually did a little fair, a little fundraiser. I think it was in 1939 for a Spitfire. That was cool, wasn't it? They raised just short of £9,000 of World War II money. So Mark, yeah, welcome to the show. Hope you're enjoying the Mark 5B. Lovely, isn't it? So the Mark 5 introduced in February 1941, and that was really to counter the Focke-Wulf FW190. It was powered by the Rolls-Royce 45 series engine, and it featured the B-wing, which means two 20mm Hispano cannons and 4 303s. That's one of the distinctive features of the Mark 5B. Horsepower around 1185 horsepower. So there we go. Right, I might just go and grab another. How you doing? All right?
Yeah, is there anything to you?
I don't know. Sorry.
Okay.
No. I'm just going to grab my cup of tea. Be right back. See ya. how we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? So I reckon if we talk a bit of history, may get some movement. I reckon that's what normally happens, doesn't it? Yeah, so the Spitfire that's carrying out the memorial flight, the 90th anniversary, its original registration is a two-seater, it's a BS410, and it's going to be painted in the same livery as the Type 300, the K5054, in that sort of duck egg blue, if I can call it that. Not sure the original colour, but that's the best way I can describe it. Of course, it wasn't as a two-seater. In fact, the two-seater didn't really enter service. They were thinking about it, and if I remember, do you know, I've got a funny feeling the Pakistani Air Force may have had them, a two-seater that is. I'm just trying to think, but I believe that the Royal Air Force were looking at it, but didn't go for it in the end. But I'm pretty sure there was one Air Force that may have had it as a trainer. But hey, that's just a quick flick through with some of my random facts that I seem to store in my brain. Mark Moody, how you doing? I mean, that's just the best way I can describe it, man. I'm not sure if that was the official colour, but that would be about right to do that. So what we're going to do, I'll just get Ted on the show, and then we'll talk history, and that might inspire some more movement. You know it always does. Woo, it's a bit breezy. Don't even know if I can hang on. So hang in there, mate. I don't know, I'm not really sure it was supposed to be this windy though. Thanks for that, Davey. Indian Air Force, and Irish Air Corps. Cool. Thanks, man. Ted, you're right there, mate. Hang in there, because I know it's a bit brief. Goodness me, Ted, you're going to be all right. Paul L 2025, member for 9 months. Miss being a buyer for fighter jets. Love this. Guards March. Thank you very much. Rob Kennard, thank you, high five for that. Thanks a lot for your super. Thank you for today's stream, awesome as always, and also a very warm welcome to you, and glad that Devon is sunny as well. Thanks a lot, Rob. Mark Moody, 18 months membership and also part of our fighter squadron, always a privilege. Thank you very much. Ben Stubbs, 9 months membership as well, thank you very much. Pete Lawrenson, high five and a paw pump for that. Thanks a lot for the super. Get yourself a burger before they all go, and I'll see you tomorrow. Nice one. I'll see you tomorrow, buddy. Gary, part of our fighter squadron, member for 10 months. Love it. Thanks for the stream. Guards March to you. Also Jan Clark, part of our fighter squadron as well, 22 months. Love this amazing channel. Thanks Nikos Class, Fanaflight, and wonderful TCS family. Thank you. KJN68I, member for 10 months. Thank you very much. Do. Yeah, I think what we'll do, I can see crew. Do you know what? I don't know if you can see him on here. Yeah, just this. There are crew over there, which makes me think something's going on with the C-47 in a. I don't even know if I get time to do the history. Hello. Unless I make a quick. Oh no, wait. I don't think we're going anywhere with history at the minute, because I'll tell you what, it looks like those... Are they... Hang on a minute. I can see something turning. Are they... Oh, it looks like they're... Looks like they're just turning that by hand, I think. Gonna wait a minute. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the ground crew were yeah, sometimes you'll notice that ground crew, so I think that's what happened, just turning the propellers round. I think they do that to prevent, I forgot the word, I think it's like hydrolock or something like that. I think it's something to do with the oil. It can set down to the bottom, I think. I'm not sure on these, but can seep past the piston rings in the bottom of the cylinders. So they usually turn them just to keep that flow of the oil. Also, that it's a safety procedure as well, I guess, to prevent a situation where there's some trap oil or fuel if there's any inconsistencies, any obstructions or blockage as they're turning it. But of course, it also lubricates it, being oil, as they turn it, so kind of like priming. Clear cylinders as well. There's loads of benefits to doing it, so you may notice that. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Well, that just says it all. Here come the pilots and crew for the C-47. So it won't be too long till we get the C-47 started up. Oh yeah. Tell you what, here, I'm going to cheat, right? So since we can't see her, I got one from last year's, previous season's livery, not last year's. The BBMF do change livery sort of around every 5 years. This was her previous livery. There we go, this is a BBMF C-47 Dakota ZA947. Legendary, isn't it? Look at that, an absolutely iconic. Yes, we had the fighters, yes, we had the bombers, but this played an absolutely important role during the Second World War. The DC-3 Dakota, a C-47 in military designation. A C-47 was called a sky train in the United States Air Force, or Army Air Force, in the Second World War, or the Dakota in the Royal Air Force. So she was manufactured in March of 1942, and she was originally, of course, issued to the United States Army Air Forces. And in September of 1942, she did have a transfer to the Royal Canadian Air Force, and she served mainly in Canada, but was also used in her later career in Europe until declared surplus to requirements in 1971. Now, the Royal Aircraft Establishment, RAE, I think we've got a start-up or something going on, that's pretty good. She found her next home in England at Farnborough already, and the thing is, Farnborough already had a Dakota on strength, but as this was due for retirement, the Royal Canadian Air Force aircraft was then purchased and allocated the serial number KG661. You can hear her engines running nicely here, right? And as she carried the serial 661 with the Canadians, but during her time with the Royal Aircraft Establishment, KG661 was used for a variety of tasks, including a sonobuoy dropping through holes cut in her fuselage and launching remotely piloted vehicles. Now, for some time, however, there had been some doubt about the issued serial number. They kept sort of thinking about, is this correct? Should we have done that? Because research showed that the original Dakota KG661 had actually been destroyed in an accident. So the aircraft was allocated the new registration, which is the one we have now, serial ZA947. So she allocated for that and cleared also for para-dropping. She often displayed in this role at air shows as well. And in 1992, the Defence Research Agency, the successors of the RAE, they declared her surplus to requirements and offered the aircraft for disposal. Now, the Dakota was adopted by Strike Command, first of all, and then issued to the BBMF in March 1993. She's been involved, of course, in many air shows. She even flew at RAF Marham in painting in the colours of that flight of David Lord's aircraft. She took part in the 50th anniversary of Operation Overlord in 1994. In 1995, she returned to Holland for various flypasts around Arnhem area before participating in the VE Day flypast over London as well. But now she features a very rare colour scheme, a very rare livery, that of the Southeast Asia Command. Now you'll notice the roundels on the new livery that she has is a dark blue roundel with a light blue. That was the Southeast Asia Command roundel system, because of course you couldn't really have red over there because, well, the enemy had red at the time. And this, of course, was quite a legendary one, wasn't it? I remember when I first started filming here at Coningsby, I started to see the Dakota in this very livery. Quite a spectacular aircraft, and exactly the same length. I know, a little fun fact I discovered accidentally, she is the same length as an F-15E Strike Eagle at 63 feet 9 inches. That's my fun fact that I'll cherish. Got a backwards flying crow, have we? There we go. So I can only guess, but that would be a QRA takeoff, but not to panic, I would assume that will be, well, probably a practice, right? Do you know, I always get this with QRA takeoffs. They, yeah, wow, that was pretty something. Wow, that was pretty cool. Practice queue there. Nice. Just won't be too long. Let's have a look at the crew there. Let's have a look. So it won't be too long, I would have thought, until our looks like we've got our C-47 Dakota going out very shortly of the BBMF. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? So that was a practice quick reaction alert takeoff. There are indeed men and women right now, ground crew and the pilot, and of course the aircraft ready to scramble from here. We've also got one at RAF Lossiemouth as well, and of course a third one all the way out in the British Islands of the Falklands with 1435 flight. That is our third quick reaction alert station, but it's a lot more than that, because of course you've got the eyes in the skies, RAF, you got Bulmer, you got High Wycombe, and of course Swanwick as well, that look after a monitor with whether it's through NATS, all that radar. But of course don't forget also for increasing endurance, we've also got RAF Bryce Norton that would also scramble a Voyager as well, because of course if they need more endurance. Now whether it will be commercial, whether it will be a military threat, or whether it will be something that shouldn't be there, the Typhoons of Coningsby, Lossiemouth, or of course if it's out in the Falklands, are ready to scramble. They can also be scrambled to attend to marine stuff like boats, so they can do it. It has been done actually from Lossiemouth as well. But welcome to the show. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. If you want to know anything about the history, I will, well, you never know, if I don't do it today, of course I'll do it at some point, but it's kind of nice, you know, to mix it up a bit anyway. But looking forward to this, looking forward to whatever happens. And this is the thing, you just turn up and hope for the best. There are no times publicised, and ultimately you've got to remember that they're doing their job and we're just enjoying it. But also we enjoy and must remember the men and women are always protecting our skies. So whether you're going to the park, whether you're going down the road, down the battle cruiser, whether you're going to work, whether you're going to the beach, just remember there are men and women looking after that very sky that you're underneath. So remember that. Right, let's see what we're going to get over here. Oh, I'll tell you what, I've got something to show you. Here you go. I managed to pick up some goodies, some tasty goodies to go with my one day museum. Oh, did I get them in here? Ladies, gents and teddy bears making their debut on the Ted Coningsby channel, because you know I will always talk about the history of World War II. I've managed to get, so I can tie this in, Managed to get some World War II medals here. Let's show you the World War II Star, Royal Air Force. Look at this, genuine. This is a Royal Air Force Star, a World War II Star. Look at this. That is the Star of World War II for those that served. Look at that, Royal Air Force Star ribbon, I believe. Look at that. That is a genuine. Don't forget, I am a very keen collector, potentially for our museum, the Ted Coningsby Heritage Centre one day. I've also got a World War II service medal as well. So I'll just show you that. Should have King George the 6th on there. Okay, so I've got this one here as well. Look at that. That is just stunning, isn't it? Look at that, beautiful. On the back should have King George. So lovely. It weighs a lot. But, the bravery of these men during the Second World War was just unbelievable. So I do have plenty of memorabilia here and historical artifacts that I will cherish and talk about as well. So I'll give you all the info. Right, let's have a look what's going on there. Thanks a lot, Perry. Yes, so it's so if you're tracking it, it will have the registration as Golf Tango Charlie Hotel India, GTCHI. G Ted Coningsby High. There you go. Ginger Bailey, oi oi to you. Oh, thanks a lot, Aspen. Thank you very much. Oi, oi. Practice. Yeah, so yeah, it was a practice one. It was a QRA, they just, as quick as possible, send it out. Usually they take off from 2.5 for QRA, so that's why, regardless of what's going on. So yeah, huh? It's a practice. Yeah, practice queue. All right. Yeah, don't panic, people of Britain. It was a it was a practice queue. Any people asking about quick reaction alert, which is exactly what it is. And you know, you've got to you know, at the end of the day, you've got to remember, you know, we see the Spitfire here and the men that were scrambling, you know, being called to scramble with fighter command and even on alerts, you know, the men and women that serve today are carrying on the footsteps of those, you know, even during the First World War as well, you know, they're carrying on the footsteps of those serving. So it's quite an amazing historical and, you know, proud and honourable, you know, thing to do. To, you know, I'm not just saying, you know, for the Air Force itself. Hey, how you doing? All right. But it's also for everything else that goes with it. So whether it's Army, Royal Marines, Royal Navy, Royal Air Force, British Army, you know, at the end of the day, they are carrying on that legacy. But here at Coningsby, this is QRA station number 2 south. So for this region for QRAs, there is actually a designated airport for hijack scenarios. I know it's a little bit on the you know, a bit on the darker side of things, but hey, there is, you know, everything has a process. It's not like, oh look, this has happened. It takes a lot of training, it takes constant training. And military, you know, we always say that, you know, a good pilot, you know, is constantly training. People ask, oh, why did they do a touch and go? Why did they do a low approach? Why are they flying? Why are they doing loads of circuits? It's training. But the thing is, there is a difference. There is a different pedigree to become a military pilot. You see, a good pilot is always training. That's a given. But to become a military pilot, you've got to have all sorts of scenarios thrown at you, you know? At the end of the day, just think about it. You're going to be doing this on the battlefield. It's not like, oh, hello there, we're going to, you know, we're going to go to, I don't know, Sicily for a little happy little holiday, you know, and calm surroundings. No, this is battlefield stuff we're talking about. This is going to be where pilots and crew are going to be having all sorts of scenarios thrown at them. So they need to be a little bit of a different pedigree. But QRA itself, so we've got QRA number 2 here, south, QRA north. Now, I've often said this, that Lossiemouth will potentially have more QRA call-outs due to where they are. I won't go into detail, but, you know, there are certain types that kind of, you know, try to rattle the cage a little bit, do you know what I mean? But hey, that's the way it is. And don't think it's a new thing, you know. Don't be sucked into the media that it's just like a new thing, you know. Don't forget all these apps that are available, flight radar, all this and that. It's quite a new thing, you know, and the news just constantly getting the plane wrong. Sorry. Anyway, but what I'm saying is, don't, you know, this has been going on since the Cold War, this sort of like, you know, just almost like being annoying. But anyway, look, at the end of the day, these are the stations where they scramble from. There is, like I said, a third one at Mount Pleasant at the British Islands of the Falklands. And by the way, an anniversary as well, the Falklands as well, being April of 1982. But again, so it is the whole thing is coordinated, and although we look at the station, we you know, I know there's going to be a takeoff soon, isn't there? But we got to remember, there are men and women constantly monitoring. I'll tell you what, just quickly on a complete tangent, have a look at RAF Fylingdales. Oh my word, have a look at that. It's quite spectacular. That's a different type of monitoring, but the whole thing is coordinated, the whole response, and we need to not only look at the station itself where they scramble from, and QRA is literally 24/7, 365, bank holiday, someone's birthday, Christmas, doesn't matter, they're there ready to go. And don't forget the ground crew as well that marshal them out. And I've heard some funny scenarios where no matter what they're wearing, the ground crew, they will just run out in their pajamas and just start marshalling the aircraft out, because that's what it's all about. But they'll use information from radar sites across the UK, and we got to remember these radar sites as well, and they are across the UK and from civilian air traffic to intelligence agencies. The surveillance team are actually in what's called a CRC, which is abbreviation as Control Reporting Centre, and that's at Bulmer. All right, RAF Bulmer. They identify and share the recognised air picture, and that is called RAP. Okay, and together with the National Air and Space Operations Centre, so NASOC, at RAF Command at High Wycombe. Now, for those that ask about, does America have a QRA station? Yes, but they're called NORAD, and they have 5 stations. It is a bigger country. Now, NASOC, who are, like I said, the National Air and Space Operations Centre, they decide if the threat is sufficient to scramble Typhoon jets and pass on the order to Bulmer. So they're looking, to see whether they're going to make that call to Bournemouth. Okay, so the CRC, they've got direct contact, for example, with Lossiemouth, and if Lossiemouth is scrambled, then Coningsby will be on standby, for example, and then obviously the bell rings. I can hear something over there sounding quite tasty. But there's ongoing coordination. Now, I mentioned Swanwick, 78 Squadron to be exact. There are air traffic controllers of the Royal Air Force with 78 Squadron that work together with civilian counterparts to ensure Typhoons can follow the most direct route. These pilots that get scrambled have no idea what's going to happen. Is it going to be the day they had to make that call? It's actually the Prime Minister that gets to actually get to decide. They will ring the Prime Minister, London, and literally that's the final call. I won't go into the nitty gritty. There are videos out there that will show you the whole process. I think I've got an early Ted Coningsby video, one of my first ever videos that I made about QRA, but hey, now that I know more about it, it's quite embarrassing in some ways, but hey, that was in 2021, right? But they are embedded with Swanwick Centre, and they run NATS, the UK's main civil and service providers. Now, the operations at RAF High Wycombe and air traffic controllers at Swanwick 78 Squadron, they basically continuously coordinate the response. So they're going to get that Typhoon. I know it was a practice one. They're going to get it to the most direct route to the threat. Okay, whether it's commercial or whether it's military. And of course, RAF Bryce Norton will also scramble a Voyager for more endurance. Okay, so there you go. Any questions about that, do let me know. I believe the Dakota has started up, I think. Yeah. And the Typhoon. So the military designation for the Dakota is a C-47, although based on its civilian DC-3. The Skytrain, which is what it's called in the US. They built around 10,170 or so of these. And it took its first flight on the 23rd of December 1941, and what a workhorse it's been, carrying those brave airborne of various airborne divisions like the 81st, 82nd, and of course our own British Paras and SAS as well. And it's got two wonderful engines, two Pratt & Whitney R1830, they're the 90C twin wasp radials, 14-cylinder air cooled as well, punching out sort of 1200 horsepower or so. Producing speeds of 224 miles per hour, and will cruise at 160 with a range of 1600 miles. Had a service ceiling of 26,400 feet or so. Could take 28 troops or even 6,000 pounds of cargo as well. And towed the likes of the Horsa glider as well. And if you haven't done so already, don't forget to give us a thumbs up. You've been cleared to touch and go on the like button. Let's have it. Thanks a lot, everyone. So the Spitfire is airborne. And it's got the registration GT CHI. It's a two-seater, and it's been painted in the livery of K5054 in the duck egg blue. Maybe, I'll see. expecting runway 12. Wow. It's amazing. Well, there you go. I always thought that the runway 1230 was for light aircraft of the BBMF. I stand corrected. So it can be used by any of the aircraft, and this is by no means a light aircraft, is it? Oh, there you go, a little treat there. Runway 12. Amazing. So that's the Southeast Asia Command markings. I'll give you some from 1942 to 46. Some of these on my... I'll have to give you a little... fact sheet about this. That's our Southeast Asia Command there, and I believe that's 13 Squadron, who again today they operate RPAS aircraft at Waddington. So they emit the red for the reasons being that Japan at the time were not an ally, so they were enemy aircraft, so to avoid any confusion for both parts as well. But it is quite rare for the larger ones to use it, yes. So we've got Chaos Flight not too far. Until later tonight. Alright. Yeah.
I just want to know when someone like
I mean, more than likely. But just check on the my YouTube channel live. It's more than likely back here tomorrow. Oh wow, congratulations by the way, that's really good. Oh wow. It is, yeah.
Mine is Spitfire.
You're going to have all sorts of this.
Red Arrow escort.
Oh bless you. No, well done, because it's going to a good cause as well. So.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Alright buddy, no worries. Well, I'll see you tomorrow then.
Oh well, you won't, because they don't need to make that.
I'll see you flying tomorrow.
Oh well, yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Unless you've got a super house higher than that.
You too man, take care. Bless. Wow. So you may have heard it is for a good cause. The all money raised for the lucky bidders to get a flight. All the money goes to the Mark Long Trust and the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund together. Cool. Thanks a lot to all our viewers for tuning in today and supporting the channel like you do. Thank you so much. MC Mark, how you doing? Good to see you on here. Thanks for that super chat. Thank you. Plenty of food started up. I've just seen it. Yeah, cool, man. Thanks, Reese. Hey. And if you've got any photos of us, send them on. Don't forget, you can also enter our water shot as well. If you manage to get me in the way. If you manage to get a shot of me in the way of your photos of you trying to get an aircraft in there, then by all means send that in, and I'll call it quits with a water shot. walking trails. Here we go. Send it. Welcome to a slightly busy RAF Coningsby. Wow, we are in the official aircraft viewing area, spotters car park, which it's rather full. Here comes our other Typhoon just coming into land now. Yeah, of course, man. Yeah, I'll just grab this one. I'll come down. No worries. looking like a very, very busy afternoon here at Coningsby. But, well, just tracking the Spitfire at the moment. It's to the northwest of Ipswich. Its registration is Golf Tango Charlie Hotel India, so G Ted Coningsby High, that's the best way of doing it. Yep, just gone over Wattisham now actually. Pretty cool. Canadian Air Force. Here we go. Nice 27-litre Merlin 45. Rolls-Royce power up, 1185 horsepower. Spitfire Mark 5, the B variant, the B-wing. B-wing giving it the 2 extra Hispano cannons with 4 Browning machine guns. And as mentioned earlier in the stream, that she served with 133 Squadron, the Eagle Squadron. Has also won aerial victory as well. Took part in the Dieppe raid from Digby to Scotland. Various stations, Tangmere. Ibbaldstow, Biggin Hill. 1-2 departures, eh? Built at Castle Bromwich, 1941. Beautiful. And now from one era to another. Here we go. Typhoon arrived here in 2005, May the 19th. 17 Squadron, bringing it here, bringing it home. Sounds like we've got Dragon 1 as well, taxiing out in a bit. Sorry? Maybe the Spitfire. No, there's one coming here from Southampton on a special flight, so I'm guessing it's that. Yeah. Here he goes. Dragon. It's the high alpha, just 120 knots, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Look at this. If I just zoom out, you can appreciate how amazing this is. Look at this. That was given the name Leaping Dragon by our very own Davey there. Well done, mate. That was a good one. So that was 2026 RAF Typhoon display pilot, Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation, call sign Dragon 01. Dragon 01 on initial. Look at this. It's not done yet. Got here now. It's just like a little signature finish. Nathan's used to be inverted across the runway, wasn't it? Do you remember? check the Dakota and the Spitfires. Oh, clear touch and go. So Tom, you may have noticed, is now at minimas where he can perform a couple of extras. So although the display is predominantly set at 500 feet for the hard deck, there is a 100 feet hard deck for a flat high-speed pass, and also a 300 feet hard deck for a steep turn as well. So you'll notice that this is now all part of the display workup proper. So all we've got to do now is to wish Tom the very best of luck with the PDA, which is a Public Display Authority, like an authorization to be approved to display at air shows, festivals, family days, to display venues. So that's next. Clear to land, dude. That wind is so bad. They'll be proud of that one. First time I've seen at minimas for Tom's display workup, so that's a good one. So not far now for our BBMF aircraft, I think. who's watching this. This is just amazing. That was just amazing. I was not expecting that. There's the landing. How cool is that, right? Don't think I've ever had a 1-2 land. Right, let's see where the Dakota's gone. It's not far. runway 12 is pretty cool, isn't it? Beautiful. Saying like and subscribe, Ted Coningsby. Oi, oi. Well, that was just fantastic, ladies and gents. Said it was a great way to end the day. That could be the photography aircraft, maybe, just a guess. Maybe, or just someone that couldn't get parked up today. Look at this, the Spitfire.com. Oh, this just gets better and better, doesn't it? I mean, I've not seen one of them before, but there we go. GA8 air van. Yeah. May have some Waddington situations here. Yeah, we're going to get a Waddington. Here we go. Oh, 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 oh. Just heads back to the BBMF hangar. There's a fair few there. Beautiful. And of course the G8 air van as well, let's not forget. There we go. Making their debut on the Ted Coningsby channel. Look at them. Isn't that skål? Isn't that Danish? No, Swedish for like cheers. Skål, skål. I think it is. Skål. My really bad Swedish accent there. Skål. Yeah, that's you can tell I've had a long day, eh? Right, let's see what's going on. There we go. And if you are tuned in here in the car park, got some real cool t-shirts down there, so come and get some a TED price. I'll sort that out in a moment, but I'm just going to finish up for the day. I'll just do the final guards marches. I haven't been on the show that much. It's been such a cracking day. What, well, let me come out of that. Well, we've had plenty of performance takeoffs, a practice QRA, which of course as standard I didn't get all of it, but you know me. I love surprises, do you know what I mean? Right, let's have a look what we've got here now. That's more like it. So we got Paul L. Guards March to you, 9 months. Miss being a buyer for fighter jets, love this. Ginger Bailey, Guards March, thank you very much for your super. Chris Nichols, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Simon Watchorn, Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Emma Portlock with 31 months. Matt Crossan, Guards March, thanks for the super. Fantastic show, love the channel, great the community. Always learning new things. Kevin L, thanks a lot for the 19 months. MC Mark, high five. Paul Pump, thank you so much for that super chat for 28 months of awesomeness. Always been there for us. Weather the weather and for amazing history lessons. Links Rainbow, high five, thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Triple Nick, thanks a lot for your 37 months. Oi, another month as a posh officer, members of the fantastic channel community. Thank you also for the messages after my double surgery. Dawn Mitchell, high five. Thanks a lot for your super. What a fab day. Sat on the sofa watching you. Looking forward to seeing the Spitfire come in with the Dakota. Well, wasn't that just marvellous? Here we go. We've got another departure just as a bonus. Here we go. '41 Squadron. Seek and destroy markings there during World War II. Their Spitfires were painted with Echo Bravo. That was their squadron markings, and what a way to here we go, send it 375. So yeah, thanks a lot, Dawn. High five for that. Thanks a lot. Hope you enjoyed it. Brian Acosta, thanks for the super. Charlie Bravo, thanks a lot for your 35 months membership. Rinse Wins Hat, thanks a lot for 20 months membership. Oi oi TCS. Ken Brooks, thanks a lot for your 8 months. Good afternoon. As flight, I'm guessing you're trying to say, has Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation been up yet? Well, yes, indeed. Dawn Mitchell, another high five for that. Thanks a lot. And a Guards March. Thanks for your super. Oi oi. Thanks a lot. Heart-stoppingly beautiful. I can only imagine the sound all free-made coming over. It was fab to watch on telly. Thank you, Nikos. You're most welcome, and that's the beauty, you know. You get to see it while, if you can't make it here, that's what we do. High five, Guards March to our Span of Flight member, Simon Mottron as well, Guards March. And there we go. Well, a great end to a fabulous day. And Ted and I are going to finish up and wrap up for the day. Hope you've all enjoyed it. Didn't get to do the history because it was just literally so much going on the channel, but wow, what a day, right? What an absolutely amazing day. Hope you enjoyed it. So a big shout out to the Spitfires.com crew for that amazing display there, and of course the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, putting that together with the Spitfire, the GTC High HI. I remember that now as G Ted Coningsby High. It's quite an easy one to remember that, and the lovely crew there, brilliant, fantastic, and the lucky winner of the bid. Congratulations, and well, there we go. And of course, RAF Coningsby, thank you so much for what you do day in, day out, 24/7, 365. It's a place where Ted was born and founded. I know, right? This is Ted's county, and we're loving it. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, absolute pleasure. Didn't get to do all the history today, but you know the score. We'll just tune in next time, innit? So, my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian, and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at a very windy but sunny RAF Coningsby. It's been beautiful. So, for the last time for today, it is see you soon, wish you well, take care everyone, and see you tomorrow. Ted, let's go, mate. Yep, let's go, man. Right, hit the button, mate. Right, it's a long way down there, isn't it? Let's go and hit the button, Ted.
Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted.
Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join
The Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.